I'm just hoping the ending can like live up
A
to like
hollowed
everything
ocean
that's
as far as
happened.
the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renin graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just
so
to
dark.
satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
Alright.
So the idea is to seal
Another
the Great
skit.
Spirit inside the Renaissance using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
I want to
If
fight
that's
the
case,
thorns.
It should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renaissance, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up.
Another skit.
Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renin rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Morning, Gregor.
Renins, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Okay, no more skits. No more skits. How you doing, Gregor? How's your Saturday going? Nice, nice, nice. So, after I'm done this game, a buddy of mine invited me to a wedding in Final Fantasy XIV. So later tonight, I'll be attending a Final Fantasy XIV wedding, which would be really cool. I think it's a meme wedding, though. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's like a meme. I don't know, but it's gonna be fun. And it's on Sarge, so I get the minions with it, like the exclusive minions, apparently. So that's cool. Also, on my other monitor,
Of astral energy.
I have the Guilty Gear tournament up because they're gonna
I wonder
announce
what
the new
Ilganquil's
character for Guilty
civilization
Gear,
was like at its zenith.
and
I
it's
can imagine
hoping
that
that
is
it's
something you take
we all want
interest in.
biking.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching
Dude,
to delve into its
I would
history,
main Polly.
but we've got bigger fish to fry.
Hi,
right now.
Polly.
Put a pin in it, and you
Thanks-
can do all
thanks
the
for the host,
research you
Polly,
want
by the
when you
way.
retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research.
I would main
As for
Polly
whether Rena
in
is
Guilty Gear
amenable to an
Strive.
aging specimen,
It's a little early.
Here
to be
comes
giving it serious thought
Daredevil.
yet.
a man can
Polly.
dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong
The
with
best
dreaming.
VTuber in fighting
In your
games.
case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with
Could you
us for
imagine
now,
a
though.
VTuber
You're
fighting
too
game?
helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment
Polly
and more of an
versus
ultimatum?
Corone.
Just a friendly suggestion.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something.
You
Is
throw
this
the
about
mug.
dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What?
You throw the
No,
mug.
I mean, wait, you fed us
Yeah,
rotten
Corone
food?
can't take her fingers.
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right.
man.
So
I would
was
play-
thinking
I would
about
play
those
a
armored
VTuber
soldiers
fighting
we've
game.
seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
I'm
said every
really.
distance
That's
now.
interesting.
And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Wow.
Okay, let me get this straight.
That's
You
weird.
think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's
So,
true, what would that mean?
They did a game based on VTubers
It would
and none of them
mean-
played it.
Just that, I guess. But
That's
still,
weird.
don't you think
I
it's
feel
kind
like
of
you would
interesting?
want to market it with the VTubers playing it.
Usually? Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe me.
That's just a really bad
Get it,
marketing play. Somebody screwed up the marketing on that one.
Ow, ow, what did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle.
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell?
By the way, I gotta say, I love the Hoodle in-law interactions in this game. They're so cute.
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zoogles.
How
Like,
many
a
skits
whole lot.
are there in this
You
engine?
can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Yeah, like that should have
Isn't
been
it
part of the
weird that they're
marketing
still so
agreement
plentiful?
with
You
the
don't think
promotion.
The
Like
Renans have,
that's
like,
so
a ranch where they breed
weird.
them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard
Somebody
of them
dropped the
constructing
ball
such a
there.
massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegus.
The only thing I can think of then is that the feral ones must
Did
be
they just not want to
reproducing on
pay
their own.
them to play
There's
it?
also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate
Or
them.
did they not get a cut?
Exterminate them?
Because I feel like if they got a
Whoa,
cut
don't
off
you think
sales,
that's
they would
maybe a
play
little
it
harsh?
so that people would buy it.
What do you mean?
Zoogles originally
That's
used to be
weird.
living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their
I don't know
fault.
much about marketing, but like
You're
even
right.
I can tell you that was a mistake.
Zoogles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zoogles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
nice
that's
thought, but
real
they
weird.
attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the
Like
strays
if I
that
was in a
run
video
wild,
game,
it's
I would
worth remembering that
absolutely
Renan was
like
able to keep them
market the
somewhat
shit out
under
of that.
control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and
I
Zoogles
can't wait,
aren't
Polly.
so
I
different
can't
after
wait.
all.
I get to be in a video game, and I will play it. Oh, cool. How long gone? The Red Woman.
Helganquil.
Yeah, Helganquil. That's
Guess
the
they
name.
don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
They are definitely not friends.
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled.
We have to attack and dethrone God, okay?
No choice.
there was something off here.
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
You picked the wrong fight!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
You got company. Stay. Just wait. One at a time. Light strike.
Incineration Wave!
Freeze.
This isn't looking good. It's on! Coming through! Ha! Now!
Alright, weird.
Scarlet
Doing lots of
Inferno!
mystic arts now.
Now! You're mine! Ignite! Thanks, Shia.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Hold on to your art. Here I come.
Armor won't save you.
Here I come!
In here. I'll be safe.
Incineration Wave! Here I come!
Now. Astral energy.
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
Here I come!
This one's
Lightning Slash!
Nice. I love that I have Incineration Wave. It's a really good move.
Alphen,
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Dahnan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose
Dude,
heart now,
there are some really
this whole
funny
mission
bot
is over.
accounts on this
We have to stay
website.
the course.
There really are some really funny bot accounts on this website.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegus, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone
I
here
love
except
skits,
Helganquil.
apparently.
Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In Tragedy's Aftermath, hope is all we have.
Oh my god.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology
I feel like we've
certainly
done
is
10
impressive.
skits already.
And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many
Everything
people, Renan
changed.
or Dahnan, do you think have ever seen this?
regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
Oh my god. The skits are over? The skits are over. Okay, we can actually play the video game now. Can you believe that we're actually going to play the video game? Ooh, purple wolves.
I have a bad feeling.
Livid wolf.
Far enough! Their arcs were interrupted.
These lions are rings around us.
This one's mine.
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah!
Damn, that does so much damage.
Right here. I got it. In here. Discharge.
Now you see what I can do!
Thanks so much.
It's time!
One more time. You managed to turn the tide.
For now. But things can shift at a mo-
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
That does a lot of
Remember to
damage.
tell me if you
Holy
need healing.
moly.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's... the case.
And we're back to
I wonder
skits.
how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Always
Yeah.
look on the bright
Where there's hope,
side
there's a
of
way.
life. Doo-doo. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Always look on the bright side of death. Doo-doo. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what
I
seems
still
to
want to know where the missing lords are. Oh, cool. Dungeon. Okay. They found a way in an RPG to do the classic elevator battle section.
Wings won't save you from me.
Right here. I got it.
You picked the room.
We managed to cover astral energy.
Say no more.
Here's a healing ray coming.
Here I come. No
First aid.
It's over.
Spread. Obtain the clear.
Lightning thrust.
Going
A
in.
wailing
Start
shield.
up. Just make it rain.
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
More Sukos?
Keep calm and take them down.
I'm not done. It's go time. Raining slash. No escape. Blow away. Here I come. Crush. Dragon form. It's on.
Now.
Still.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Elfin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
Stardust.
Now.
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
Illuminate.
Now. You're mine. Stardust.
Holy land.
Look sharp.
Came between heaven
I'm not done!
Hurricane Strike! Blizzard Blow!
Not today!
It looks like you got this one. Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! My turn! Hurricane Stardust! No escape! I'll smash you! Here I come!
Shion!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Think we overdid it?
No escape!
Not by a long shot.
Stardust! This
I
one's
never
all mine!
miss.
Stardust! I'm not done! It's over! Stardust!
Blizzard Blow!
Make it
Not
right,
to the
Yuki!
ground!
Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Radiant
Now! Here I come!
Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Water!
Now!
This one's mine!
Here I come!
Hurricane Strike! Flood! Blizzard Blow! Here's the Evo!
I'm not
Freeze
done!
Dancer!
It's over!
Hurricane Strike! That'll bring you down!
No escape! No escape!
Do it! Ringwell! Frozen!
Oh man.
Nicely done!
All thanks to you. Make it rain!
And they don't stop coming, 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 and they don't stop coming.
Stardust!
Take this! I can carve through armor!
It's over!
Shield and mace!
Lightning Orb!
Blow away!
Lightning
This
Contest!
one's mine!
Blizzard Blow! Illuminate the dark! Do it! Only Ringwell! Frozen!
Hammer!
More? You're mine! Strike!
Now you can taste it!
Do it! Dopamine!
Light burst force!
Radiant Genesis! Radiant
Not a
Blast!
chance!
Eat dirt! Hup! Here's
No
enough
escape!
raging cascade! Hurricane Strike!
Blow away!
This one's
Feel!
mine!
Fury! I never miss!
Strike!
Thunder Blow! Now for some hurricane strike! Burning strike!
Glacier Fire!
Here's the evil!
Radiant blast!
Freeze between heaven and earth!
Take this!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Burn!
This one's mine!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Hailing Cloud!
Blast!
Thanks, Shion!
You're finished!
Now you see what I can do!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone got my back.
Incineration wave!
Comes on!
Raining blast!
Here's the evil!
Blow away!
Look sharp!
Raining blast! No escape!
Do it! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
I'll heal
Now this one's all mine! I'm not done!
Beast
Blow
of
away! Stardust!
I owe you one for that.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There we go. Jeez. Oh, wow, a lot of enemies there.
Well, am I improving?
Tremendously. The speed and precision of your aim is simply unmatched.
I had no idea you were watching me so closely.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogle somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them.
Orange gel. I feel like we're just gonna be going from a lot of fights, like, in a row.
You think that pit
Oh, here we go.
stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
Ooh, item. Oh. Big boys. Come on. Come on. Come over here. Come over here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Big boy. Come on. Oh, god damn it. Okay, this works.
With this one.
No further!
Hurricane Strike! Blizzard Blow!
Shattering the
Gravitas Field!
Oh, that's just rude.
Eat dirt!
Here, let Hurricane Strike!
Raining
First
blast!
aid!
Incineration wave! You're mine!
Now you see what I can do!
Here I come!
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah, and pummeling to me!
healing.
It's over!
The power of my healing arts will accomplish it.
Strike! No escape! Blue ray! Stardust! Flame inside me, yours to be let free! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Okay. Now I just need to get the big guy out of the way.
Sprightlier than before.
Hey, buddy. Buddy, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come at me. You want to fight me? Come on. Oh God.
I've got a real
I fucked that one up bad.
bad feeling about this.
You picked the wrong fight!
Flaming meteor! Inferno blazer!
Incineration wave!
Two heads. That's not even fair.
Almost done!
Save you! This! Crescent moon!
Incineration wave! Here I come!
Look sharp!
It's over!
Tiger blade!
This one. Magic is
Lightning slash! Incineration wave!
Tiger blade!
Blew away! Blew away!
Piercing roar!
Blew away!
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Okay, you take this!
Wind astral energy. Into the
It's on!
photon blast. Illuminate the dark.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! Look sharp! On guard!
Not
Tiger blade! Attack knife!
What would I do without you?
Incineration wave! Here I come!
Flaming meteor!
Here I come!
A wailing fancy of lightning.
I don't feel so hot.
You should sit this one out then.
And miss all the fun. No way.
Ready to go. Thunder field.
Raining!
Appreciate the help.
Incineration wave! Mine! It's too much!
Wailing fancy of lightning.
Dazzle!
Dance in the wind. See the power of water.
No escape!
Oh,
It's over! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix
Oh.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Canine.
This-
Sure. The character they don't use. Okay. Let's throw in some orange. 2 orange. 1 orange shells.
Might be some decent equipment.
anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Could have used better equipment for like my main party. That would have been nice. Ooh, platinum chunk. Oh, no, 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 no,
These structures don't
Nope.
look like anything built by
Nope.
the Renans.
no, big nope. Not fighting the Mantis guy.
The Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true
Okay.
architectural style of the Helgankro. Or
an item back
perhaps
there.
the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrek 35 about it sometime.
We dodging, we dipping, we ducking, we diving, we dodging. Oh, that's not cool.
Brace yourself! This one's tough! Raining blast! Incineration wave! Come and face me! Burn!
Going in.
Raining slash! Incineration wave!
Now!
Hit off! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Ah, there we go, see, actually.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Oh, I have to fight your dumbass? Ugh.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way.
I know, they're not Red Girl Boss. They're just regular red women. Ooh, Holy Cloak.
Hey, new equipment.
Mysterious Fragment. Interesting. That's funny. Come on, you can get out of the way. I can get around. I can't get around them.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh, come on. I hate this thing.
I'll take you all on.
I like Berseria. I had a good time with Berseria. That's just so good.
A wailing banshee of lightning. Lunar blast. Back into the fray.
Will this help? This one's mine. Here, let me help.
Shattering the pieces! Attack time! I can carve through armor!
Lunar wave. The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Time to shine!
Raining blast. Incineration
Thanks for
wave.
the healing.
Watch yourself. Okay?
Yeah, you too.
Try harder. Not a chance. Strike.
Can't get out of...
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara.
Don't leave me. Denied. All right. Now where was? Hurricane strike.
Not a chance.
Show you what my heart can do.
Raining blast. I have no limits. Be still. Coming through. Ha! Melt. Scarlet Inferno.
All healed. Let me show you what my heart can do.
Rise and shine! I'll smash you!
Resurrection. Inferno. I never miss.
Flaming looking back. Be still. Coming through.
I hate that charge when I don't have the thing I need to stop it.
Scarlet Inferno.
Let me show you a whirling
Raining blast. You picked the wrong fight. It's time. Raining blast. Incineration wave. Here I come.
In a bind?
Raining
Their arcs were interrupted.
Astral energy.
Ugh, the chameleon is such a pain in the ass.
I think I'm getting stronger.
I'm gonna pop a pineapple. Alright, let's dodge and dip and duck and dive and dodge. I'm at that part in the game where like the random battles I really don't want to do. Well, not random, but like the most of the battles I just don't want to do. I'd rather just play the game, kill the bosses.
I have a bad feeling about this.
looking good. Order won't save you.
Yeah, that's kind of how it is.
I'll take you all on.
I mean, it's every RPG is like that in my opinion, though. Some games do a better job than others do. Like, I would argue that like the SMT franchise is really good about making me want to keep playing, like keep doing random battles, because I'm always trying to like make new demons. That's one of the things I really like about SMT games, is that battles will always stay relevant.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was improved.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Shion actually look flustered.
Coming through.
Speaking of which, I'm really excited when we eventually get to SMT5. I'm hearing a lot of good things from people that are playing it. And a lot of people telling me that it absolutely owns, which I knew it would. I wasn't worried that SMT5 was going to not own. I'm just excited to play it and also experience how much it owns. Yeah, you gotta be in the mood for like SMT for sure. It's on my list. I just have so much other stuff I'm doing at the moment before I get a chance to, oh god, before I even get a chance to start it. I got my collector's edition actually, and it's really nice. Big fan of the collector's edition.
We got some
Oh,
good
just a
equipment.
lucky bangle.
I
That's
can't say
it.
its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
You can flee. Just fleeing. I want to test something.
Got a really bad feeling about this.
I already have that one, yeah. I have that one reserved as well. I'm excited for AI. Either Somnium Files gonna be so good.
Your knows when to call it quits.
Okay, now does he disappear, or is he still on the map? Oh, he disappears. Oh, good, thank God. I don't want to fight him. It's just a waste of my resources for... Not a big gain, honestly.
We seem to have come across something
Guess I have to go this way.
a little unusual.
The company behind the, that's doing the figure, the Iba figure, I don't know anything about, like, figurines. Apparently they're, like, a really good company that people are, like, really happy that they're doing they're doing it, yeah. That's what I hear, that they do, like, really good work. So I'm excited, because the original Eye of the Somnium Files, Collector's Edition came with, like, a neat little stand-up, but it wasn't, like,
That enemy. It's shining.
it wasn't crazy.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
This one's like an actual figure, which is pretty dope. I'm not fighting this thing.
I'm done. I won't fight just for the sake of it.
Kasara is me. I won't fight for the sake of it. I'm trying to get to the boss. I'm trying to get to the final fight. What are you all blocking in here?
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
You blocking anything in here? Oh, you are blocking something in here.
We're in for a long slog with this one. You want me? Come
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
I'll hold them off.
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Ooh, elemental cape. Oh, wait, that's him. The farmer boy gets the cape. Have they? There's no actual like hard date yet, right? For I the Somnium Files, we're still waiting on like a hard date.
I haven't
Oh, I can't flee this fight.
bad
That
feeling about
sucks.
this.
Not today!
Going in.
Burning Flash! It can hide itself?
Now you've gone and ticked me off.
Damn it! I can carve through armor!
Okay.
My clothes.
Take this! Thanks! Flew away! Burning Flash! Flew away! Try harder! Not a chance! No escape!
Do it.
Totally! In an instant! Impact Block!
I'm hoping at man, imagine if they gave us a date at the Game Awards or something. How dope would that be?
Flew away! Okay, here I go!
Do it. Totally.
All yours, Kisara!
Is the Somnium Files big enough though for the Game Awards to get a release date?
I'll take you all on.
Is it like big enough for the Game Awards? I didn't think so.
Flares of Malisa.
It would be cool, but it definitely doesn't seem like it's big enough for that.
In a bind?
Far enough.
Charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Try harder!
This one's mine. Guardian Blade.
Here, let me help. Dance in the wind!
This one's all mine!
The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that.
I disagree.
Flew away! Burning Flash! Burn in hell! Okay, here I go!
I owe you, Sion.
Oh, word of mouth absolutely carried that game.
All mine can do is cause this ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I think some of the streamers who played it also helped, like a Co-Carnage. Like that he's
Everyone's still in one piece?
he averages like 10,000, anywhere between like 6,000 to 10,000 viewers. And him playing the Somnium Files was like, a lot of people got into it because he played it. Yo, nice, 420. That's pretty funny. I have been telling people, oh, damn it. I've been telling people to play it. I'm also telling people to play 13 Sentinels. That game was fucking dope. I know we're not gonna get a 13 Sentinels 2, but I am in whenever Vanillaware announces their next game that's like, that could be kind of like that. It does. It needs a PC release, because I have friends that are like, I want to play it, but I don't want to buy a PS. I don't want to buy it on PlayStation. I want to get it on PC, and it's like, you should play it though. It's really good.
What do you
The
think
fact that
this
it
place is
sold so well on PS4, which is wild. Oh, cool! It's the Matrix.
What the hell? Are they asleep?
They're batteries.
No,
That's-
they appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Well, that's dark.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Okay.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegus.
It's got dark.
Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danon, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
Damn, this got dark.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
Boss fight? What are we fighting? Kisara booty. Oh, hi, you look fun. What the fuck?
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
That's horrifying.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the huge... lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary zoo. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourselves. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. Take this! Lightning thrust!
Good shot! Take this!
Celestial! Resurrection!
This one's all mine!
Glacial Spear!
Blew away! Raining blast!
Its head is the weak point? We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Now I can let loose. Incineration wave!
Hold on to your...
My arts
Here I come!
Blow away!
Dance in the wind!
Raining blast!
Resurrection!
Blow away!
I'll be saving this!
Raining slash!
Igneous discharge!
Incineration wave!
In here! Finish
You're
with the
mine!
More for the
I'm not done!
Look sharp! My head's spinning just once! Meteor! Piercing roll!
Glacial Spear! Pierce the evil! I'm ready!
I'm not done!
Freeze Lancer!
Shattering of
Here's the healing arm!
Attack!
Blizzard Blow!
Raining slash!
Lightning meteor!
Incineration wave!
Get on your
Raining
feet.
slash!
I'll smash you!
Hurricane
Blow away!
Burning rain down!
Raining
Glacial
slash!
Spear! Pierce the
Blow
evil!
away!
Hope this works! Lancer!
Raining slash!
Whoa!
Blow
There you
away!
go! Don't let up!
You're mine!
Resurrection!
Be still!
A whirling
Stardust!
I never cut it! Inferno Force!
This one's all mine!
On guard!
Stardust!
Here I go!
Try harder! My turn! Eat this!
Hurricane Strike! The Feast of Thorns!
Raining slash! Incineration wave! Take this!
Igneous
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really
Make it
don't.
ready!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Alright, phase 2.
Illuminate the dark!
Look out!
Healing Circle!
Igneous discharge! Hurricane
Why'd you hear me?
To stop you dying?
I'll smash you!
Winds of Heaven! First Explosion! In here! Let's go get on in there with
Take
the
this!
others!
Not a chance! Raining slash!
piercing roll!
No further!
They're not playing around!
It's on!
Puddle!
Blow away!
One acid raging cascade! It looks like you got this one covered! Air blast! Here's evil! Illuminate the dark! Illuminate the dark! First Holy
Be
Cloud!
still!
Inferno
Anything in armor is all mine!
You're mine! It's over!
Inferno Whirling Circle! Outstanding form! Winds of Heaven!
No escape!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone!
Keep up the pressure!
It's over!
Another
What the hell is going on?
Fall back, Alpha. We'll take point here.
Thanks. Sorry to impose on you like this. Now I can let loose. Be still! Start up! I owe you one.
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
Not today!
Inferno!
Blow away!
Going in. Heaven and earth.
Incineration wave! Here I come! Strike! Move it!
This one's
Radiant
mine.
blast!
I'm almost impressed.
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Blow away! Incineration wave! Move it!
Get
Get!
on in there with the others.
Take this! Take this! Radiant blast!
Here's the evil. Let's get you all tucked away.
How about their arts were interrupted?
Here I come!
Holy land! Now
Radiant blast!
Here goes.
the enemy is going all out.
To accomplish this one's mine.
Radiant
I
blast!
can't heal you forever.
Blow away!
Illuminate the
one's
dark.
all mine.
That'll bring you down. Here, let me help. Hurricane water, hear my call. Blizzard blow.
Radiant blast!
Training meteor.
Burning strike.
Here, let me help.
Try harder! My turn!
Still, you're on.
Pieces.
Lightning thrust! Start up!
Take this. In here.
You're mine! I'm ready to smash you!
In
a bind?
Freeze Lancer. Hurricane
You're finished!
Too much to handle.
Radiant blast!
Lightning orb.
Meteor! It's gonna attack!
Right. Watch out.
Make it rain.
Kisara! Commander of
Got him.
Phoenix Cyclone.
Dude, that ignition wave attack does so much damage. Holy crap. I'm sad I skipped that for so much of the game. I should have gotten that super
Hell is that
early.
thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly...
Okay.
I hope not.
After hearing Dominum's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
So, looks
More
like
skits.
the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting. But I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
All right, final last dungeon. That was the first boss. You know, in any Tales final last dungeon, you're gonna have multiple bosses. We know this. That was just boss one. Oh, here you go. Oh, pineapple gel. I get what I just spent. Perfect. You'll love to see it. And that hub, the main hub, like, this is probably going to connect to the... Maybe this connects to the inversion room? That's a weird name. Tarfal Helgarahi? Tarfal Helgarahi. Huh.
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I
Interesting.
suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
Oh, cool. There we go. Cool. And that means there's a fast travel. Oh, okay. So Rena has its own, like, list. Perfect. 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 Let's go shopping. So I want to
Finally.
see what we can do.
If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Also, what's the side quest?
Yes.
Excuse me. Hey!
Really now?
What?
No.
I see.
Just
Very
fight him,
nice.
that monster.
Dohalim? The line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought into this before accepting.
What are we making? What are we making? Mabu curry.
That came out great.
Mabu curry is the go-to because of the CP regeneration. You have to do it. Especially now in the final dungeon. Okay, where's the shopping? Is there no shopping here? Oh, there's no shopping here. Oh, lame. I'm gonna grab this side quest. Don't know what this is.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind.
Right.
Oh, there's a wedding.
Saxleo Temple.
Attend
where
the wedding.
Hey, Law. Been training?
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away. You think this is bad, you should see the state of my underwear.
Yeah. A word of advice. You might want to refrain from mentioning that stuff around girls. Ones without a military history.
Law's an
especially.
idiot.
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's face? She'd have a nervous breakdown.
I meant in general, but you sure mention her a lot, you know.
Huh? Oh, you know, she's always there, even when you least expect it. Springs to mind easily.
Either that, or maybe some part of you is subconsciously always wishing she was there.
May the trials and tribulations of young romance never change.
Romance? Like I'd be interested in that know-it-all tomboy. I'm more about mature women. Someone more like Kisara.
You know, I used to be a tomboy too when I was Rinwell's age.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against. But come on, you've got to admit she can be a lot to handle.
Hey, I miss anything? What's all the fuss about?
I don't like this conversation.
Thunderblade!
Ah! What the hell was that for?
A little birdie told me you were speaking about me behind my back. Whew!
From the looks of it, I'd say you've got yourself a rival.
It wouldn't be called the Spring of Youth without a little storm every now and then.
Oh my god.
Hey, Shion.
They don't end.
How are you and Alphen getting on these days?
That's a little out of the blue. Why do you ask?
Sorry, it's just... I don't know, I'm just curious, I guess. I mean, a lot's changed now he's
All
got
of
his
the
senses
skits.
back and all.
All of them.
I suppose you're right. Well, to tell you the truth, if he'd been the way he is now back when I'd first met him, I probably wouldn't have gotten this involved. But then, if we hadn't met like we did, then I never would have experienced these feelings, so... I guess... it's complicated.
I can imagine. I know it's not the same thing, but
It's a brick.
I know what it feels like to have someone you love who's out of reach.
Because of Miguel.
Alphen's still alive. It's not too late, you know. And after all, who can say what the future holds? I think if I were you, I'd take things as they come for now.
Besides, touch isn't everything. I've never touched you, Xion, but that doesn't stop you from knowing that I care about you, right?
That's true. But I do remember back when we first met, you made it plenty clear you weren't my biggest fan.
But that was a long time ago. There were lots of things I didn't understand back then. Not that that's the point.
Don't worry, I'm only teasing. I know what you mean. Thank you. And you're right. There are ways to convey your feelings besides just touching.
I'll say, cooking
Every
immediately
time we
springs
touch,
to mind.
I get the
And if
feeling.
it's someone's favorite dish, all the better. If there's something on your mind that you want to tell him, why not try appealing directly to his stomach?
The way to
You
a
might
man's
just
heart
have a
is through
point.
his gut.
I'll give it a shot.
No, it's through his
Uh-oh.
chest.
If it's Alpin's palate you're appealing to, that doesn't bode well for the rest of us.
Well, friendship is about being supportive. Sometimes we just have to do our best and take one for the team, right?
You ever just take one for the team? Get up on
Even
those
after
gets.
staying here, we never truly got to the bottom of what makes this realm's citizens tick.
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions here. To have one's own mind is strictly forbidden. All that matters is blind obedience.
That might be the case now, but it can't always have been like that. There must have been something more.
Once, maybe. Question is that something still salvageable?
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new. No, not we. They've had enough foisted on them as it is.
You're right. It's time the people here had the chance to forge their own path. That's not to say it'll be easy, but it will be worthwhile.
These things take time to... What the... An ambush?
Sorry. There was a huge flying bug and I sort of shot without thinking.
A bug? You mean like a Zoogle?
Something tells me she would have shot it, whether it was a Zoogle or
Alright,
not.
she doesn't like bugs.
This realm is teeming with humid forests. It's only natural insects would feel more at home here than Menancia. In fact,
I also
seem to
don't like
recall reading
insects.
somewhere that bugs around these parts lay their eggs in human food to ensure healthy incubation.
Sounds like they're tougher than they look.
What about you, Alphen? Bugs don't creep you out?
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan. Mind you, if times get desperate enough, I've been known to eat them.
Insects as a culinary option, you say? What kind of seasoning are we talking?
Dohalim, I don't think he was talking about cooking them.
Hey, a lizard!
So where's this wedding at? We're doing 2 weddings today. I have a wedding in this game now, and a
Looks
wedding
like we
in
made it here
my
one piece.
wedding in Final Fantasy 14 later. Wait. Oh, I was supposed to go the other way.
I never thought about this until now, Alphen. But doesn't it get hot wearing that armor all the time? You feel heat and cold again, don't you?
Admittedly, yeah. It can get pretty toasty in this thing.
Is it hard when your back starts
Yo, what's
to
up,
itch?
Kage?
Oh, you bet. Plus, my shoulders get stiff wearing it, even if it's not all that heavy.
Kisara looks like
Uh,
she manages all right with
A
her
friend of
armor.
mine they're doing a Final Fantasy XIV
Armor
wedding
takes a
later.
strong body and a stout heart.
Spoken like a true guardsman. Not that I really get what you mean.
The more I think about it, the more I realize what a pain it must be. Like, what do you do when you need to take a leak?
Ew!
What is with
That
Wall
can be a bit of a pain,
and bodily
yeah. More
functions?
things to take off.
That sucks, man. Wouldn't it be easier if you just walked around outside of your armor most of the time instead?
You never know when the enemy might attack. As tempting as it might be to take it off, it's not worth getting killed over.
So basically, you're screwed if you ever get attacked while taking a dump. Right, Rinwell?
What the fuck?
Are you doing this on purpose?
What is with Wall and bodily functions? I'm telling you. This is the second skit in a row that he has talked about piss and poop.
Whew. I don't sense any more enemies.
We're a skit away from him talking about blood and cum. From him covering all the bodily functions.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Just great. Cheers!
What?
Fair.
Nice try, you
Never. Wait.
I couldn't catch it. I'll always be alone. How could I? Oh, please. I'm so lonely.
Oh no. This is.
I'm alone.
What can I do to get her to snap out of it?
Alvin?
What is happening right now?
Shion, you're not alone. You've got all. There's also this. So please, we'll fight this together.
You dummy! That's not what I was upset about. How many times do I need to tell you not to blindly rush into things?
None of this matches the dialogue that's written down.
That said, it does make me feel better. Even if your bouquet is just a weapon named after one.
I'm just glad I could help. And I made another one to go with it, so it wouldn't be lonely either.
That's not even close to what is written down. At all.
You never cease to amaze me, Alphen. Seriously.
Oh, that's cute, though. Wedding cake cutter. That's cute. Ooh, yeah. She penetrates now. Give him the defense.
You've collected an awful lot of those objects. You sure it's not just
Hush. Be quiet for a moment.
Finally, somebody told him to shut up.
The pieces speak to me.
What?
These relics that have scattered about. I can hear them whispering, longing to reunite with their lost friends and become one again.
Really? Do you hear any voices coming from them, Rinwell?
What? No! Don't get me wrong. I'm really interested in these things too, but I'm not crazy.
But don't you sometimes mutter stuff like, "Come to me, astral energy," when you cast your arts?
You're right. Oh my gosh. Are Dohalim and I actually alike?
Its charm really shines through now that it's been reassembled. Its streamlined shape, its geometric patterns. This is no mere amateur's work.
He's in his own little world at this point.
You get just like him when it comes to weapons, you know.
You're right. Oh my gosh. Am I just like Dohalim?
Huh? Why are you guys so quiet all of a sudden?
Feeling better now, Shion?
I'm sorry I lost my cool like that.
What do they look like? You know? I like it. I like it. It's cute. Also, very cute. Oh, they're actually weapons? Oh shit, they're weapons. What's this do? Ooh. EXP boost? Wow, that's a lot. That's 20%? Yeah, I mean, they're joke weapons, but at the same time, they look great. Like, I like the way they look. It's not like a joke. What's one of the joke weapons? Oh, there's like the pork stuff. That's bad. Yeah, I put the farmer's clothes on him and the farmer hat.
Don't worry.
This dumb floppy sock. Look at my big, silly sock. I don't think I have anything for this, but I'll just double check. Dual wield these fish.
Room for criticism.
Being a grown-up isn't easy,
Being a grown-up isn't easy.
is it?
It's hard to be an adult. How many?
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia. Especially after the extremes of some of the other regions we visited.
Definitely. Your country is beautiful.
You do me an honor. However, this place was never mine to own.
Is there an easy way to
I
see
mean it
how many
I guess technically
skits,
you weren't born
like
here either.
number-wise, I've gotten?
Native or not, that doesn't change the feelings you had for the place. If I were you, I'd try to take a little pride in people's compliments.
Allow myself to feel pride, huh? That sounds like no easy task.
6,842. It feels like
Nothing
that.
sounds easy when you overthink things the way you do.
Apparently, there's over
must be
300 in
exhausting.
this game.
He's always worrying.
I think there's
about
like
something.
320.
It's probably what gives him his eye for detail. That's just the way he
And there's an
is.
achievement for
Yeah,
300.
So we've noticed.
Let's change the subject, shall we? It's a wonder so many things coincided to bring us here. Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Danon uprising in Calaglia, the Crown Contest's final, sputtering throws.
Zephyr's being in the right place at the right time. The fact that you happened to be a lord just as this was all going on.
It's almost as if we were brought together by design. By someone who wanted to bring down the system.
No, enough Hand of Destiny talk. We did this on our own steam. It's our responsibility to see it through.
Did Law just utter a pearl of wisdom?
I do think about things, you know. Just what do you take me for exactly?
Honestly, I always sort of pegged you as a likable dolt.
What the hell makes me a dolt, you dolt?
I mean, she did say he was a likable dolt, didn't she?
You know,
Let's refrain from poking this particular Zoogle any further.
I never
Some
hear the word
lessons just
dolt
can't be
in
taught.
that often
Not to dolts
anymore.
anyway.
I feel like
Hey,
dolt is such
Sarah,
a old
What's your
insult.
secret for putting up with Dohalim? I don't know how you managed to deal with him.
Secret? Oh, I don't think it's as difficult as all that, really.
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who waxes lyrical on the aesthetic qualities of cactus thorns is a step too far for me.
And those poetic flourishes he sneaks into regular conversation? How am I supposed to react?
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure. I say let him have his fun. No need to try and understand anything he says.
Has he always been like that?
He didn't seem as on edge all the time back in Menancia. Though he was my superior back then.
She wants the
So
do.
who's to say what I didn't
Do
see?
the do.
The Lord of Cislodia hid in plain sight while a crony posing as him carried out all his business. What if the Lord we met in Vicente was really...
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly. Like it or not, that's him all right. In all his flamboyant, circumloquacious glory.
I'd like to see someone try to impersonate that on a daily basis.
Come to think of it, What with being a lord and all, he's probably never had anyone to speak to on an equal basis.
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having a family in a way, must be what's helped him change.
A little heads up on some of his eccentricities would have been nice.
It's those eccentricities that make him who he is.
Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at?
Good grief. Hey! Whoa!
Huh? Well,
Huh?
yeah.
I can't.
Huh?
Got it.
Thanks.
Did I just run into a side quest? I literally just ran into a side quest. It's not even on the map.
Why? Whoa, watch it.
Okay. So what's here in the Snow Plains? Is there like a giant... There's gonna be like a fight here, right? I mean, I'll check it out.
Hey. Hey, Alphen, you mind if we take a bit of a detour?
It's fine by me, but what for?
Rinwell says there's a phantom flower that grows around here. We want to look for it. It won't take long, promise.
A flower, huh? All right, let's take a look.
Hey, Rinwell, tell me about your parents. What were they like?
Dude, I feel like we're
They were
getting this
kind.
like
That's the
budding
part I like to
relationship
remember.
between Law and
They could
Rinwell.
also be strict, though, especially when it came to magic. I never understood why I had to work so hard to learn magic. Why we couldn't just be done with it and live openly like everyone else. Needless to say, that didn't go over well. Of course, if I'd had known that one day I'd be doing this, I would have taken my studies more seriously. What about your parents?
Same deal. Run through the mill. Told constantly that training was the only way to survive in a world like this. It got bad enough that I ended up running away and siding with the Renans of all people. And now, I've got that training to thank for being alive.
I know how that feels.
The first time we met, you risked using your magic to stop me from kicking my dad's ass. You could have done anything else. You could have ignored it. So, why?
Yeah, I guess something about Zephyr reminded me of my own father.
You don't say. So, did your pops and mine look a lot like each other?
Not really. Not at all, in fact. I don't know how to explain it. I just felt a resemblance, I guess.
Wow. Well, I won't pretend I understand, but I'm glad. Your dad must have been a great guy.
He was.
Aww.
Maybe it's the snow soaking up all the sound, but something about Cyslodia always feels mysterious to me. Solemn, almost.
When it comes to solemnity, I'd say our own Octalina Palace is no slouch.
I won't argue with you there. Still, that azure tint of the shadows on the silvery white snow, it has a certain indescribable quality.
Indeed. It was boorish of me to even suggest such a comparison.
All I know is it's freaking cold. Still, more pleasant now that the locals aren't quite as frosty towards us.
Well, excuse me if I'm too frosty for your warm self.
Oh, come on! You know I didn't mean you. Besides, really, I'm the one who...
How about we stop getting hung up on the past for a change? Take what you've learned and put it to use in the future instead.
An unexamined past can be just as dangerous in its own right.
Better that than obsessing over it like a certain someone I know.
Kisara doesn't mince her words, does she?
I could say the same thing about one or two of the other women around here.
Tell me about it.
I think I'll refrain from commenting on this one.
Hoodle, I've got some dried
Tales
chicken
of
for you. You want
Skits.
some?
Forget
Calling
that.
it out. It's
Doesn't
Tales
some
of
tasty
Skits.
red meat sound better, boy?
Hey! Stop trying to coax him away with treats. Get your own adorable sidekick if you're so desperate for one.
He appears to enjoy being the center of attention.
Funny how things change. He and Rinwell used to be joined at the hip, or shoulder to talon.
It's not just Hoodle who's become more trusting. Isn't that so, Rinwell?
They do say pets and their owners act alike. I suppose since we've been together, I've done my share of coming out of my own shell too.
Well then, I guess with you and Hoodle, that makes us all one big happy family.
Sometimes when I'm deep in thought, Hoodle will come over and sit next to me. I only wish I could actually pet him.
Aww.
Oh, you will someday. You won't believe how soft he is.
Wish I had that problem. I'm lucky if I can so much as look at old Featherbrain without him trying to claw me to ribbons.
Really? He seems tame enough around everyone else. Maybe it's just Hoodle's way of establishing dominance?
That's dogs, not owls.
What's going on when Hoodle pecks at you?
I don't know. Like when I'm talking to Rinwell, it's like he's trying to muscle me out or something. Unless... Wait, you don't suppose I make him jealous?
Come again?
Ow! Ah, get off of me, you insecure fluffball!
I rather think they make a good comedic pairing.
Salmon.
Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
And time for Giant Zoogle to show up.
What the hell is that? Hey, you want a piece of me?
Stay calm, Law. It's coming for us.
That's a cool
just
enemy.
had- Make things difficult for us, didn't you?
What are you muttering about? Focus or you'll get hurt.
Don't worry, I'll have this wrapped up in a flash.
Blew away!
I'm going to aim for the power of my healing art to accomplish it. Look sharp.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Ow!
Guardian of Field! Denied!
Helix of Purity!
This one's mine!
Throbs in pain.
Hurricane
Lightning flash!
Beast of
Blew away!
Hurricane Strike!
They're attacking
This
from
one's
behind!
mine!
I owe you one.
Glacial
Lightning
Fire!
flash! I'll smash you!
Tiger Blade!
Take this!
Air thrust!
This one's mine!
This one's all mine!
Flaming Meteor!
Waterfall!
Inferno
I'm going to
Cross!
need to use all the power of my healing art
This
to
one's
accomplish
mine!
it.
Stockpile!
Incineration wave! Lightning thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Make it red!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! You're mine!
What did I tell you? Don't get in our way!
Raining flash! Incineration wave! No! It can't end here!
What the? Flames?
Watch out! It's changing its attack! Captain Swirl!
There!
Shattering Dance in the wind! Air thrust! A wailing banshee of lightning!
Piercing
In here!
Roar! Through arm! Hurricane Strike!
More for the stockpile!
Blizzard Bloom! Flaming Meteor!
Ooh, ow.
This one's mine!
You'll pay for that!
Ready, bitch? You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Good God, this thing hits like a truck.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Freeze, Lancer!
Raining
Wind in the wind! Air thrust! Here's a healing heart between heaven and earth. A whale of lightning!
Going in.
Hold on to your heart.
Is this
Here
it?
I come.
Oh, Jesus.
Take this!
Glacial sphere. Let's go!
Save you! It's pinned down.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Flew away! Raining slash! Flew away! Raining slash! I owe you one.
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done. Piercing
Raining
roar!
slash! Incineration wave! Here I come!
Thanks, Shion.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
It's getting stronger.
Okay, switching up its movements.
It looks like we made a mess.
That'll bring you down.
I let my guard down.
Stay away from my
Ooh, ow.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
friend!
Resuscitation! I'll heal you all. That's been a smart.
Double
I
demon
can't
fang!
hold on much longer.
Double demon fang! This should do it!
Air strike! Glacial sphere.
Double demon fang!
Winds of heaven. First force. I'll bring you back from death's
Double
abyss.
demon fang!
Here goes. I'll heal you all. The raging cascade.
This one's mine.
You picked the wrong fight!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Rainbow!
A wailing banshee of
Now I can
lightning.
let
Hurricane strike.
Coming through! Ha!
Ugh.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arc.
Gathering
First aid. Inferno sword.
Double demon fang!
Searing flame.
Carve through armor! Double demon fang!
I'm ready.
Look sharp.
No!
Hurricane
Double
strike.
demon fang!
Freeze lancer.
Double demon fang!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Think again.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
I still got my fight left in me.
Double demon fang!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Raining
Resuscitation. That'll bring you down.
yours to be let free!
Train harder.
Here's a healing art. Champion
This one's
flame.
mine.
I'm expert.
Blow
Coming
away!
through. I'm tiger flame.
Not today!
Not like this.
Raining slash!
The earth throbs in pain.
I'll smash you! In a vine?
Resuscitation. I'll heal you all. Fight left in me.
Double demon fang!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. A
Double demon fang!
resuscitation. Winds of heaven. Water strike.
Double demon fang!
Blizzard blow. Searing
Blow
flame.
away!
Going in.
Pierce evil.
Raining slash!
Look sharp.
Freeze
Blow
lancer.
away!
Not like this.
Blow away!
Bring you back from death's abyss.
It's on! No! Can't end here!
Jesus Christ.
I owe you one!
Make it red.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Striker.
Here, let me help.
It's on!
Time to shine. Great. That'll make things easier. I'm out of ammo. I'm all stuffed up.
Incineration wave! Is this it?
Annihilation.
I disagree.
Water this time.
Can't it just make up its mind?
Dance in the wind. Look sharp.
Oh, Jesus, it switched to ice.
Hurricane strike. Where are you going? A banana. Let's go.
Shattering eye! Pieces! Attack time!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Ground and pound. A whale not
Their arts were interrupted.
Oh, wow. It says level 54. It hits like a Mack truck, though.
This ends now! Incineration wave! Blow away! Incineration wave! Here I come! I'm not done! It's yours to be like free! Burn in hell! Blow away! Incineration wave!
Bring you down.
They're not playing around.
Double demon fang!
I don't feel like my usual self. You all right? Let me handle this one. So sorry to disappoint you.
The flaming snow!
I'll bring you back
Can't
from
end
death to
here.
this. Don't give up. Resuscitation.
Not done yet!
I'll bring you back from. I'll bring you back from
Double
death to
demon
this.
fang! Die!
Here's a healing art.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Here's the evil.
Double demon fang! Not today!
Inferno crossing. I'm going to need to use all part of my healing art to accomplish this.
Incineration wave!
One at a time. Let's go.
Oh, she healed me. I just saw that.
Double demon fang!
Where are you going?
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone got that.
In here. More for the stockpile.
Shield and face.
Blow away! Not today!
Dance in the wind. Air strike.
Blow away!
Too much to handle. Flames.
Incineration wave!
One at a time. There you go. Don't let up. Not in your dreams. One at a time.
Double demon fang!
Go get it.
Double demon fang!
Only glimmer.
I owe you one!
Do it. Focus. Make your break. This ends now.
Consider your
Oh.
Switch.
Blow away!
Raging storm. Flaming
Incineration wave!
Where'd the water go?
It's all dried up!
Dance in the wind. Knock to pieces. I owe you, Tion.
Healing is what my
What
art-
is it now?
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Not today!
Not to pieces.
Try harder! Now!
Nothing gets by me. I never miss. Igneous discharge.
Try harder! Not again! Here I go!
Art expert coming through.
Let's keep up the pressure.
Blow away!
Got it.
Flaming meteor.
Now's our chance.
Incineration
Lightning
wave!
condemned. Thunderblade.
Blow away!
Going in. Nice. You've almost got this.
Almost isn't quite there.
I like your attitude. I'm right with you, Captain.
Freeze Lancer. Raging cascade. I'll heal you.
Eat
In
this!
here.
Okay, here
Healing circle.
I owe you one.
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss. Thanks,
Blow
Shion.
away!
Inferno crossing.
Resuscitation.
Inferno
Double
crossing.
demon
Still got
fang!
some fight left in me.
Hurricane flame.
Oh god, that's not good.
Now or never. Time to shine.
Raging Cascade!
Double Demon Fang.
Between heaven and earth. A wailing beat
Double Demon Fang.
in here!
Double Demon Fang.
Get out of there with
You picked the wrong fight.
Here goes! Gale Force!
Blow away.
One at a time!
Inspiration Wave.
Drinking on the raging
My head's spinning just one at a
Double
time.
Demon Fang.
I'll be saving this one!
Can't move.
Ready to go.
A wailing Dancing Lightning!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
I'll bring
Do
you
better.
back from death to this!
Double Demon Fang.
Will this help? Perhaps trade
A
hard.
wailing... Hurricane! Here's a healing art! Raging Storm!
Blow away.
I'll bring you back from death to this!
I let my guard down.
A wailing Dancing of Lightning!
Will this help?
Double Demon Fang.
Healing Circle!
I owe you one.
Bring you back from death to this!
Flaming Sight.
Now isn't the time?
I really don't.
I won't give up!
Yawn.
You picked the wrong fight.
A whirling struggle!
Raining Slash.
Winds of Action! First Force! Ryan Power!
Raining Slash.
By the power of World! Tiger Blade!
Double Demon Fang.
Vanish without a illuminate the dark! Now!
That boss sucked ass. Good god. Jesus. That better be worth it.
What was with that creature? It was some sort of a Zoogle that could control light. Rinwell, do you think that could have been...
The true form of the Phantom Flower? No, it couldn't be.
What makes you so sure?
Because...
What the...
Whoa!
What the hell is that? Is the enemy back for more?
Whatever it is, it's freaking huge!
You guys, calm down. It's okay. It's probably... No, it's definitely the Phantom Flower of Navira.
Ooh, excuse me.
I read about it in that book we found earlier. It was described as a mysterious light floating up in the sky. It's not dangerous at all. In fact, this is the place it was first discovered.
So that's how it got its name then. You sure it's not some enemy astral art being cast at us?
Aurorus Borealis?
Positive.
On
I
my
think it's just
planet?
a rare and unusual
In my
weather
tales?
phenomenon more
At
than
this
anything
time of
else.
year?
Cyslodia obviously used to be covered in darkness around the clock. But with that gone, I guess that's why we're able to see this again?
You could be right. It's so pretty though, isn't it?
Sure. But it's so big we could have seen it from town just fine, couldn't we?
Well, sure, but still.
Hey, who cares where we saw it? I'm just glad we got to see it at all. Besides, that Zoogle was what kept us from seeing it before, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's such a gorgeous night sky here. You should really bring Shion out to watch it.
Right. Right. I'll, do that.
It took a lot to get here, but I can't help but feel like a dream of mine came true. Thanks, Law.
I didn't do all that much, really.
Well, I still really appreciate it. It made me really, really happy.
Hey, you know
Oh, it looks like you can see it even better from over there. I'm gonna go check it out.
Huh?
Aw.
Hey, wait!
He got stood up
Well-
so hard. Glutton's Guidebook.
This shall be a feast for the senses.
I can feel my power
Big
growing.
level up, at least. What's the Glutton's Cookbook? Is that an artifact? It is. Cooking Effect Boost 3. I literally skipped Boost 2. Damn, lasts 80% longer? That's pretty good, actually, damn.
I feel like somebody's watching us.
Hey,
Yeah.
just got...
Hey.
All right.
Talk to the merchant in the castle. Oh my god.
I never realized before just how hot this place is. It's like being inside a fire.
You're only just noticing? Ah, yes, forgive me. The whole lack of sensory feedback situation.
That's the one.
Am I gonna put
It's
like
hard to
50
believe I
hours in
once
this game
worked in
at the end of the
this
day?
Let alone helped spearhead a revolution.
And all with the mask concealing your face. It must have been very grimy beneath that.
Back then, we had our plates full enough dealing with constant abuse from our Renan overlords. It never occurred to me the air itself was oppressive in its own way. My head's spinning just with the effort it takes to walk.
I think that's called heat stroke. You might want to take a sip of water.
You mean that water that's been festering under the sun for days? I wouldn't chance it without boiling it first.
Oh, I know. I'll go to the dock and fetch us some clean water.
Water alone won't suffice. He'll need to ensure his sodium levels are replenished as well.
In that case, let's see if we can rustle up some rock salt. Alphen, you go cool off in the shade for a while. Xion, stay and keep an eye on him.
And then there were two.
Bit of an overreaction, but it's still kind of them.
Maybe it's not the time, but this place brings back memories.
I know what you mean. We're back where it all started.
You don't ever regret meeting me sometimes, do you?
Are you kidding? You started all of this. Bringing down the wall, retrieving my sense of self. I have no regrets.
Welcome back, Law.
Alright. That's kind of funny. Okay, well, first off, I'm gonna go
I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
buy items.
Sounds like our cue to step in and help.
Okay. Iron pipe? Where the hell do you even get an iron pipe from? What is this, Mizuki? Dragon blood? Damn, these are some badass weapons. What the fuck? Good God, look at that thing. That thing looks cool as hell. Oblivion ring? Damn, I'm close to actually making that. Oblivion gauntlets. That looks cool. Damn. Oh, so that's what Mystic Crest is. Ah. Ooh, Dispel? I want that. Also, increase BG at battle starts. Not bad.
Whoa, this is amazing.
You always get excited when you find something good.
We should hurry and get this stuff processed.
Hey, Alphen, what do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look...
I want Law to shut
Yeah.
up.
Hey.
Yep.
Just...
I get thanks.
Some of these feels like, I mean, a lot of these have felt like post-game shit. Oh, Nathan's right here.
Huh?
What? All right.
All right.
Got it.
Not doing it. Nope. Oh, it's that's where this is. It's gonna be it's gonna be tough. Where's the castle I'm supposed to go to? Oh, here it is. It's on the 3rd floor. Oh no!
Hey.
Again?
Hi. Oh, great. Got it.
Yeah.
Again, the chef again.
Yes.
Ugh. I don't know if I care enough. I just don't know if I care enough.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
A six-armed giant.
That thing looks cool, and I do want to fight that.
Is this the Zoogle from the request?
Calamity Arms.
Brace yourself. This one's tough.
Here's the evil!
Igneous, get charged.
This is gonna need all of us together!
Down.
Inferno Club! The flapping parts are a weak point!
Blow away.
Flaming meteor! Magic is in! Sleep now!
I'm really done for. You could use a hand. Raining slap. All right. Blow away.
Here's the
Incineration
roll!
wave.
Appreciate the help.
Raining slap. Blow
This
away.
one's mine! More for the top time! Here's the healing meteor! Your dreams!
Anything in order are interrupted.
I've got it! Here I go!
Shooting Star.
Yours to be let free.
Annihilation!
Blow away. Raining slap.
Got it! Now what's next?
Incineration wave.
Flaming meteor!
Blow away.
There's the Death Claw on a diet.
Eat this. Now
I owe you, Theon. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. Cloud magic! Free! Dance in the wind!
More like this.
stay away from my friend.
Requires complete full blood!
Double demon fang.
Here's the evil! Raging
Double demon fang.
I'll bring you back from death. In here! If it's in the sky, here, magic is in! Where are you going? Burning strike! Now
Double demon fang.
here's the healing art! Here I come! First aid!
Double demon fist was all mine.
Power of water!
Double
Dance
demon
in the
fang.
wind! Finish without a trace! More for the sun! Hurricane strike!
You picked the wrong fight.
Beast assault!
Blow away. Raining slap. Blow away.
Astral
Alright.
energy!
Say no more.
Here's a healing art! The water's magic is in!
Raining
In here!
Incineration wave.
This one!
No escape.
Raining meteor!
Raining
It looks like it's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone.
Rise and don't give up! Crescent move!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm
Ooh.
glad to know someone's got my
Not
back.
done yet.
Searing flame! This one's mine!
Are we in over our heads?
Come on. It's not over till it's over.
You're right. We've made it this far.
Double demon fang.
Not like this.
Armor won't save you. This.
Train harder.
Ow.
You'll pay for that.
This one's mine!
No. Can't end here.
Let me at him! Resuscitate! Flame of fury! Hurricane strike! That's gonna smart. Lightning condemned! Thunderborn death abyss! Illuminate the dark! Cut holy polar man! Between heaven and earth! Mega ray! A wailing dancy of lightning! Let me show you what my art can do! Rise and shine! Ready and ready!
Okay, here I go. It's on. Any more of this and I'll burn out. Raining slash.
That's gonna smart.
Incineration wave. You're mine. Raining slash.
Thunder field!
Guardian
Blow
field.
away! It's weakened! Dance in the wind!
This ends now. Take this.
All right. Thanks for the healing. Watch it, okay? Yeah, you too. Radiant in here.
Blow away.
Here.
Raining assault.
If it's in the guide,
This should do it.
I never miss. What
Right
if I do?
inside me. Yours to be let
Here's a
free.
healing art.
Burn it out.
Wizard blow. First aid.
Blow away.
Light up the dark.
We've almost got things.
Almost isn't quite there yet.
Glacier Spear out here. I'm right with you, Captain.
This is looking good. Now!
I let my guard down.
Raining slash! By the power of water! Be still! Hurricane thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I have to train harder.
I'll heal you all. Radiant enemy is going all out. On your toes, everyone.
Now!
Radiant
You're mine!
This one
Try
is
harder!
dropping.
My turn!
back into the fray.
Thrust!
Annihilation.
Raining!
Raging cascade. I'll bring you back from death field.
Thrust! Ignite!
Photon blast.
Blow away!
Here's a
I
healing
have to
arc.
train harder.
Okay, here I go.
Raining
Raining slash!
Not in your dreams.
I let my guard down.
No, can't end here.
Jesus. I do not know how to dodge that.
Where are you going? Take you. Let me help. And I'll
Blow away! Raining slash!
take your land.
I'll smash you!
One more.
No further!
Raining
slash!
This one will work.
Too much!
I let my guard down.
Blow away!
Do it now. Astral energy.
Say no more.
God damn.
Well, we beat it in the end.
Let us harvest what we can use and take it with.
Okay, now back to the ship. Jesus.
us.
Built for the sake of it and then cast aside. How sad.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Ooh, there, okay. It's a good amount of money. Take that. The SP for that. There we go. Faster flame edge charge. That's what I want. I want this next. Okay, Rinwell's elemental went up. That's good. Okay, so we'll do this. What do I want with her defense? Yeah, let's get her defense higher. Defense 10, penetration 40. Okay, here we go. This is attack. Attack 60. Attack 20. Resistance. Ooh, defense. Okay. No. You come on. I just did one for you.
Yeah.
Very well.
This is the Basint training ground.
Hey, isn't that a Hellcat foil?
Is it some sort of prototype?
Whatever it is, it's a real tough customer.
Look sharp.
This one's all mine. Eat dirt.
Ready and ready.
Incineration wave.
Chain between heaven and earth. A whirling banshee of lightning.
This one here.
Raining slash.
I owe you, Xion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malachite!
Jeez, we do not do a lot of damage.
Hurricane Strike! Beast of Fire!
Winds of heaven!
Shield it down!
Damn it! I'm all
Hurricane
stuck up!
Could do without me. Hey, kick off! Double demon fang!
Take this!
Ignite!
Hurricane Strike!
Blow away!
This one's
Incineration
mine!
wave!
Will this help? Tiger Blade! Inferno!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Going in! Radiant Flaming Meteor!
The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that!
Going in!
Incineration wave!
Discharge! Guardian Field!
Sweet
Double demon one's all mine! Double demon fang!
Let me help!
Double demon fang!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Blow away! Incineration wave!
Hurricane Strike!
Take this!
This one's mine!
A whirling struggle.
You!
Winds of heaven! Mind if I do?
Going in!
Okay, here I go!
Blizzard Bloom!
Incineration wave! Can't move!
You have to hold on!
Jeez, this one's tough.
Between heaven and earth.
There are being interrupted!
Wailing fancy lightning.
Inferno Puff!
Here, here's a healing arc.
Guardian Field! I'm ready to go!
Double demon fang!
This!
Here I go.
Double demon fang!
Forward
All
up!
the power of my healing arts to accomplish Raging Storm! Here
Inferno
goes!
Puffing!
Now!
Here goes!
Not today!
Igneous Discharge!
I'm out of
Round
energy.
one.
Water astral energy.
Incineration wave!
Igneous Discharge!
My watch.
This one is mine! Power of water!
Blow away!
Flaming Meteor! Inferno Puffing!
Double demon fang!
Now you see what I can do!
Ooh, that one hit. That one. Yeah, that hit. That hit hard.
I'll bring you back from death to
Thanks,
bin.
Shion. Inferno Puffing!
I never miss.
Igneous
A
Discharge!
wailing banshee. Lightning. Let me help. Thanks so much.
Double demon fang!
All disaster.
Double demon fang!
Security.
Double demon fang!
Annihilation. Here goes.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Healing confiscate.
Here, let me help.
Take
this.
Raining flash!
Whoa, hey, when is
Incineration!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
It's on!
show you what my art can do. Rising Storm.
Hurricane
Lightning orb.
This!
Raging cascade.
Blizzard Bloom!
Flaming meteor. Heaven and earth.
Double demon fang!
A wailing banshee of lightning.
Eat this!
Sealed.
Look sharp!
Raining flash! Blow away! Double demon fang!
Supernova.
Double demon fang!
It's showtime. Supernova.
Double demon fang!
Art expert.
Double demon fang!
Inferno Puffing!
Blow away!
Get on in there with the others.
Hurricane Strike!
Not in your dreams.
Beast of Salt!
Blah, blah, blah. That's
What's all mine?
in here.
Raining flash!
Get on in there with the others.
You require a hand.
Beast of Salt!
Without a trace.
You picked the wrong fight!
I never miss. All right. It's
How about
showtime.
this?
Won't save you!
Here, let me help. Seal. First aid.
Take this!
This'll come in handy.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Radiant pierce. Let me show
you
you
what
what
Blow
I
away!
Beast of Salt!
Double demon fang!
On guard!
One more.
This one's mine! Inferno Puffing!
Blow away!
Guardian Field!
Stay away from my friend!
I'll bring you back from death to this.
Radiant Flare!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish
Eat this!
On guard! Beast of Salt!
Pain.
Not in your dreams. Glacial fear. Here's the
Beast
heaven and
of
earth.
Salt!
Incineration wave!
Wailing banshee of lightning.
Save you! Look sharp!
Now let me show you what my art can do. Let's get you off the
Double
turf.
demon fang!
I
Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do
Just
what
like
you
that,
do
I'm
best.
back in it.
Oh.
Holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
I'll smash you!
Resuscitation! Hurricane annihilation! By the power of flame!
Double demon fang!
Stars of light! Rain down and purify all! Hurricane strike! Going in!
Try harder! My turn!
Chain between heaven and earth!
You pay for that!
Art expert coming through! Don't mind if I do! Raging cascade!
No! Can't end here!
Easter!
Will this help?
A wailing
train
dancing
harder.
lightning! Healing charge! Where are you going? Blaze of the wind! Air thrust!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Armor won't save you!
Discharge!
No further!
Resuscitation! Lightning
Will this
condemned!
help?
Charge the flame! Illuminate the dark!
Double demon fang!
Holy flame!
Appreciate the help.
Blow away! Blow away!
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
A wailing dancing lightning! I'm going to
Ignite!
ready and ready! Flaming meteor! Inferno
Ready!
This one!
Double
I agree! Art expert coming through! Make it
Double in an instant!
Damn.
How about it?
Yeah. Huh?
Hey!
What? Oh, Siri?
Champions of
Siri?
the Void. Good money. Good money. Okay. There we go. And I want that. Okay, cool.
You see anybody around here who could use our help?
We can't chase after every little...
There's another one.
thing.
Yes! Yes!
It doesn't just put me in the Super Zoogle.
Seriously, what do they take us
The
for?
Super
Research
Zoogle.
subjects, just like
The
everything
Super Zoogle. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope. Know what I say to that? I say nope. Let's just beat this game. It's been too long doing side quests. Let's just
We've
beat
reached
the
our
game.
destination. I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
Okay, so it's identical but flipped. Okay.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
bear in mind, the core of Rena now sits above us. I pray.
Got a really bad feeling about this.
You're off! Okay, here I go.
The wise warrior knows when to call it quits.
Aim for the weak spot.
Do-do-do.
What are
Thorns.
those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renis Alma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply...
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Renis Alma's here, right?
Just don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrecht 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renis Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks, both of you. The floor's on the ceiling and the ceiling's on the floor. This whole thing's making my head spin. Why would they even do something like this?
The Helganquil can bend life forms to suit their will. Nothing they could do at this point would surprise me.
The ceiling is on the floor. That doesn't weird you out?
What good is a team made up of members who all share the same opinions on everything? And besides, when you get to be at my ripe old age, one begins to consider it quite uncouth to show one's true emotions at times.
Oh, come on, Grandpa. You can't be that old.
The sands of time wait for none of us, lad.
Yeah, we'll see. Though at this rate, I guess I'll have to live long enough to get as old as you first, huh?
You will. And when the time comes, I look forward to hearing you change your tune on the matter.
Ah, I gotta drink some water. Whew. Alright. They would have boomies here. Oh god, oh god. Oh wow, they bailed. Perfect. Jesus. God, okay. Fairy ring, okay. Alright, just gotta know what they drop.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Okay, here I go.
Oh, sparkling stars of light! It's a duel of the arts!
This one is glacial spear. Here's evil.
We got flyers.
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
The enemy. All yours.
Lightning orb.
Blow away. Eat dirt.
Illuminate the dark.
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Raining splash.
You got it.
As impressive as always.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
We did it. Blow away. Raining splash. Incineration wave. You're mine.
I never miss!
Blow away. Raining splash.
Make it rain!
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it.
Yeah! Nice technique!
Stardust.
Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Alright, what do they drop? Any new items?
With this, I can
Okay,
become even
Penumbra
stronger.
stones. I'm not trying to fight these guys.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Not today.
You wanna play? Come at me! I'm not so good with airborne targets.
Incineration wave. My turn.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Raining splash. Be still.
Where are you going? Let the marksman handle this.
Raining splash. Incineration wave. My turn. Strike. Dragon blow.
Looking good out there.
Just getting started.
That's the spirit. Take no prisoners.
I can't imagine what we'd do without you, Rinwell.
Who, me? That's a little much, don't you think?
I'm serious. You're a lifesaver.
Blow away.
Inferno crossing!
Alright, what do they drop?
I need to be stronger.
Majestic feathers, okay. Oh.
Hey, that looks pretty good.
Orange gel? Yeah, let me burn one. Oh boy, here we go again. He's ready for another elevator. Yeah.
For a long slog with this one.
Where are you going? Primed and ready.
Now I can let loose.
By the power of flame. Vanished
Incineration wave.
I can shatter any steel.
Get behind me!
You are in tip-top
More
shape.
Zuko? As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
All disasters made one.
Blow
Come
away.
on, the healing security.
My turn. I'm not done.
Where are you going?
Blow away.
I think the enemy's getting desperate.
Got them where we want them.
Don't tip your hand, though.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was included.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
On guard! Make your way! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! More? Take this! Soda!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
That'll bring you down.
A whirling struggle. Wind of breath!
Blew away! I'm not done!
Sleep now. I'll be saving this one. Here, blizzard blow! I want you to use all the power of my
Lightning! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Alright.
Reinforcements incoming. Not a problem.
Inferno crossing!
Raging thunder!
Blew away! Lightning thrust!
Vanish without a
This
trace!
one blew away!
Dance in the wind!
We did it! My turn! Here I come!
Yo, what's up, Ellie?
Really, really
That's what it feels like right now.
Just trying to do the best I can.
still. It's reassuring to have you around.
Blew away! Raining flash!
Not much longer to go.
Come on, one final push!
Let's do this together, Alphen.
Seal, Mega Ray!
Tiger Claw! Here I come! Eternal devastation!
This one's
I'm not
mine.
done!
Here's
Lightning
Inferno!
thrust!
Make it rain.
Go for it!
Woo!
Think we overdid it?
This one's all mine!
Not by a long shot.
Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Take part!
Now! Stardust! Burn in hell!
Glacial
Raining flash! Blow away! Raining Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Stardust!
Air thrust! Alright! A chain between
I
heaven.
can carve through armor!
Ringworm.
Frozen!
Hammer! One more!
Hear my call!
Strike!
Spread!
Blew away! Burn in hell!
Beast assault.
Freeze laser!
Raining flash!
Hurricane
Blew
strike!
away! Can't get out of this!
Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Did it! More! Take this! Stardust! Strike! No escape!
You get the jet. Blizzard
Here I
blow!
go! I'm not done!
Flaming
Blew
meteor.
away!
Do it. Shield.
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! My turn!
Oh
You're
my
mine!
god.
The flame inside me yearns to be let go!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! My turn! Here I come! Stardust!
A wailing banshee of raging! I never miss!
I'll take you all on.
Hi, Ellie. How you doing?
Flare the Malika.
No escape! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Jesus Christ.
I got it.
Encyclopedia
I can chop up
Zuglico
vegetable scraps and use them in the
of
seasoning.
non-DLC
That's what it
enemies.
was gonna be about.
Jesus. That was a really long gauntlet. Yeah, that was actually impressive. I'm good. We're gonna finish Tales of Arise today. And then we're gonna start, on Monday, we're gonna start Shadowbringer. I'm excited to play Shadowbringer next week as we try to get to Endwalker. That is a dragon. That's what I'm hoping. Blind Savage Prog is gonna be a thing. I'm getting accessories, but I don't want accessories. I want better equipment. I mean, I'm gonna fight the dragon.
We're in for a long slog. With this one. Switch clouds. Ground and pound.
Forward into those flying creatures are real mean in the fight.
Take
Amazing.
Now, while it's reeling,
Take it down.
slash! Blow away! On guard! Raining slash!
Wind astral energy
one is
under
mine.
tension.
Look sharp.
Flames will roar.
Glacial power.
Here's evil.
Escape!
Water blazer.
Save you. Going in.
Seal.
Blow away!
Blizzard blow.
You're finished!
Meteor. Inferno
Blow
crossing.
away!
This one's mine.
Raining slash!
That'll bring you down.
Blow away!
Inferno crossing.
Annihilation.
This one's mine.
Here I come!
Water. Hear my call. Target. Shock. Glacial spear. Here's evil.
You picked the wrong fight!
Freeze blazer.
Raining slash!
Shattering. Here's a hit.
Let's keep up the pressure.
Now you see what I can do!
On guard.
A whirling struggle.
Glacial spear.
Can't get out of this!
Here's a healing.
Far enough.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Radiant pierce.
Be still!
Got it.
Now's our chance.
Feeling gale!
Here's a healing. First
Do it! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Ooh, got the dragon head. Drop dragon blood.
still in
Yeah,
one piece.
there's dragon blood. What I wanted to see was the dragon blood. Okay, here we go. So let's see what's straight first. Alright. They're announcing right now who the next DLC character is for Guilty Gear Strive. Oh, is it Happy Chaos? It is. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That's gonna be interesting. Let's see how this guy fights. Oh god. He plays like, oh, what's his name? From Persona 4 Arena. The villain in Persona 4. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Yeah, like a catchy. November 30th is when he drops. Oh man, I'm gonna have to check that out. And they pushed, okay. The next two characters aren't until 2022, so this is the last character of the year until the next two next year. Interesting. Happy Chaos. Biken fans are in shambles. Biken fans in shambles.
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under some...
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah, it's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
So,
But
how
Rena's
does...
will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact
So
with
how
it
does
directly?
Dana's will interact
I
with
don't think we
Rena's
have
will?
to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
I don't
Are
like
you
this
insane?
idea.
Rinwell, you're gonna...
Don't like this idea.
Rinwell!
Rinwell, I think you've made a big mistake.
There was only meant to be one world,
Wait, what?
and your goal is to make them one.
What?
Is this fear?
Fear is the mind killer. No, fear is the mind killer.
Rinwell!
What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
Remember, fear is the mind killer.
I'm sorry. I really, really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants, how it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world?
I don't believe
How
you.
is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted, like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds
like...
a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole
It's
reason
weird.
the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
So it's acting out of
Alfred,
self-preservation?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you.
I mean, she said she
Something
can't
wasn't
die.
adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
The Hedgehog's Dilemma. It's the Hedgehog's. We're playing Evangelion. Fuck me.
Well, it's more than a little ironic.
It's just the Hedgehog's Dilemma.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Shion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
That's an awfully idealistic view of that. That's awfully idealistic. Like, well, if the world had been whole, maybe there wouldn't have been, you know, power dynamics. No, there's always power dynamics. That's the nature of humanity.
To think, all this started because of the Great Spirit's
I know,
desire
right,
to keep
Ellie?
living. The only reason it craves energy
That's-
is
that's-
because it's dying from starvation.
That's more idealistic than even
Think
I
about
can
it
give it
like
credit
that.
for.
Maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dana, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
It was just missing a
It's like
friend
Everett 25
speech.
told us. The Danon and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Trails of Arise in the Cold
Rena's
Steel.
energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dana's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dana the planet was spared.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say. Still, I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Isara is now...
Dichotomy? What do you mean?
Okay, okay.
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's great spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all
Uh...
said and done, maybe that's the hardest thing for people to learn.
You ever feel like you just got called out by a video game? Jesus Christ! Those who are happy, like, fulfilled with their lot in life never fulfill their what do you call it? Like, their potential. That's me! That's me in a goddamn nutshell. Jesus, I've been personally attacked by this game. This game has personally attacked me. Okay, the one thing I still don't know is what happens to the lords when they win the crown contest. Are they murdered? Like, what happens? Oh, thank God I used one of those earlier. I'm happy to have one of them back. Hi. But you are blocking the way. Hey, buddy, can you move? No, I'm just gonna jump over you.
We're in.
I could use the dragon blood.
For a long slog with this one.
Raining slash! Try harder! My turn!
Inferno crossing!
Raining slash!
Feel between heaven and earth.
Now I can let loose.
Wailing Banshee lightning. Divine savior lightning.
Too
shy to come over?
Encourage
Let me
wave.
help. Healing dragon.
Look sharp. Raining slash.
Raging
Blew away.
Look sharp.
Raining slash. Blew away.
Crash
you. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Raining slash. Blew away.
Let's go
Infinity wave.
Rise and
Blew
shine.
away. You picked the wrong fight.
Here goes. Let's go.
Blew away. Raining slash. Blew away. Lightning thrust.
Between heaven and earth.
Divine.
Here you go. It's over.
Nice, clean.
Now.
Consider yourself finished.
We won that by a
Oh, only
mile.
one dragon blood? Lame.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
Okay.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Clearly the worst point against it.
No, I don't like this guy. I don't want to fight you. I want to fight you. Oh my god. Okay. Lee.
Easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
Fall back! I'll hold them off.
Thank God. Yeah, I got the bait. Okay, perfect. It's a straight line. No detours. Just straight line it. Oh God, what the Hey, hi! Hi! Hi, get out of the way. Oh, come on. Disagree.
Flog with this one.
Let's end this and get a bite to eat instead.
Job for your
I love Shion. Okay, defense. My defense. Hi, big boys. Get out of my way.
Got a really bad feeling about this.
Now I can let loose.
No matter what.
Some fights are better left unfought.
Oh, that's not cool. Oh, it combined them.
No choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Let me out. Fall back! I'll hold them off.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it?
Oh. Oh, what is this? Dark separator? What? Oh, there's items back there. Fine. Oh, lame.
This one's where are you going?
Raining flower! It's on! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Come one, come all! An astral arc?
That's my cue.
Shut him down! Raining flash!
Magic is in. Let me out. Sealed.
They're all interrupted. That'll bring you down. Make it rain!
Astral energy.
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malata!
This one.
Going in.
We're taking too many hits!
Here's
Stay still!
Freeze Lancer. Guardian.
Need you!
Here's a healing arc. Shooting first aid.
Knock it! Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Hurricane burning. Far enough. Glacial spear.
Can't move!
Come on. You hate Lancer.
Oh, this kind of sucks. But
Don't mind if I do. Resuscitation. A whirling struggle.
That'll bring you down. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
you need to die.
I can do this.
Ah, here I... There was improvement.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Got it. I can't heal you forever. Now's our chance.
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Take this!
Hurricane strike. Searing flame. Reload.
You picked the wrong fight! Is this it?
Don't leave me.
Really?
Not in your dreams.
Hurricane strike.
Chinese supernova.
Resuscitation. The flames will roar with my
I'm not done yet!
Raging storm.
Hurricane strike. Flame knight.
Double demon back!
Not feeling so hot.
Take it easy. You'll hurt yourself.
Sorry, didn't mean to make you worry.
Shattering of Ethan! Attack time!
I'll bring you.
Yeah, that's not good.
Back from death's abyss. Ready to go. A whirling struggle. I'll bring you back
Winds
from
of
death's
heaven.
abyss. First force.
Blow away!
That'll bring you down. Here's a healing arc. Glacial fire.
Blow
First
away.
aid. Hurricane
Ready to
strike.
flame inside me! Yours
By the
to be
power
let
of
free!
Trinity. Finish without a trace.
Be still! Coming through! Ha!
Good God.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Let me show you what
Hold on to your arms. Here I come.
Anything in armor is all mine. I'll smash you. Knock it into next week.
Leave the charge. Make it rain.
Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elfin.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm
You
right
picked the
beside
wrong
you.
fight!
Hurricane strike.
Raining
Beast
flash!
assault.
Incineration wave! Take this!
Hurricane strike.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Incineration
Laser
wave!
blow. Flaming meteor. Inferno crossing. There you go. Hurricane strike. Rise and shine.
Double demon back!
Just like that, I'm back in. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Shattering
picked the wrong fight.
Inferno crossing! Do it!
Remove!
Astral energy!
Ooh,
Say no more.
you guys are no joke.
I need to be stronger.
Duality.
This'll make a... It's even more formidable.
Eh. Oh, so they're all gonna be fights for items, I'm assuming. Oh no, you have to actually do them. You actually have to do them. Because there's probably barriers that block your way. Or maybe that was the only one that blocked my way. I don't know.
Wear it for a long slog with this one.
Blow away, try harder. Not intense. Raining slack. Blow away. Raining. Now I can let loose.
You are in tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no? As impressive as always.
Here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Theon actually look flustered. Astral energy!
Say no more.
The duality of man.
Well done.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Blow away.
Hydration orb!
Incineration wave. Raining slack. Blow away. No. Can't end here.
Come on! You have to hold on!
A wailing
Armor won't save! Knock it into next week!
no.
Tiger Blade! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisher!
Sara does... She does it more than anybody else, honestly.
I'm gone! Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Here goes!
Raining slack. Incineration wave.
You got company!
It's on. Double demon fang. Double demon fang.
Inferno crossing!
Eat dirt. Blow away. It's ready and rare. You're mine. Raining slack. Blow away.
Got it!
Prepare to be
Now's our
seized.
chance! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Some enemies I'm able to just, like,
Remember to tell me
demolish
if you need
them.
healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Mum Bane.
I found
Ooh. Okay.
some equipment.
Good boosts.
Let me take a look at it.
Okay, so we've done Dark and Fire. Now Water. Got a bad feeling it's gonna be like Chameleon or something. What the fuck are you? Oh, you look cool as shit. Oh, wait, have we fought this thing before? No, maybe. I don't think we have.
The sword wheel.
I think. Oh, it's got 2 cores. Oh, God.
Sugo? And not just 1, but 4. It thinks 2 extra hands is enough to beat me. It's sorely mistaken.
Let's just focus on what's important.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Raining slack. Blow away. Try harder.
Razor Cyclone!
Raining slash!
Celestial Hammer!
Flew away! Not a chance!
Thunder Touch! Hurricane Slice!
Raining slash!
Beast Assault!
Flew away! Try harder! My turn!
Here's the evil!
Stay away from my friend!
I need more life bottles.
You picked the wrong fight!
Here's a healing sleep now. Let's get you all catch
Flew
away.
away!
I'm ready to
Raining
go!
slash!
Up and at 'em.
Flew
Let's
away!
go.
I won't lose. Not now, not ever.
How about this?
Raining slash!
Flaming Meteor!
Is this it?
Jesus.
Now you've gone and
Thing
taken
hits
me off!
hard.
Glacial Fury!
Get on in there with the others. Oh, sparkling
Flaming Meteor!
Rain
Not
down
done
and
yet.
purify.
Guardian Field! You could use a hand.
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Going in!
I never miss.
Flaming Meteor!
Outstanding form. Air thrust. A chain between
I can't heal you forever!
You'll pay
Ooh,
for that!
that's not good.
Flew away! Raining slash! It's on!
You ever gonna crack your knees, my dude? There we go.
This ends now! Take this! Incinerate! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! You're mine!
Flaming Meteor!
Raining slash!
Inferno Crossing!
Flew away!
This one's mine!
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
In a bind?
Hurricane
Flew away! Try harder! Now!
It looks like we made a mess! Look sharp!
Try harder! My turn!
Ooh, ow.
You have
This
to
one's all mine! Eat this!
Look sharp! Maximum
Flew
burst!
away!
Flaming Meteor!
I'm ready.
Flew away! Raining
That'll
slash!
bring you
That's
down!
gonna smart.
Grounded Pearl!
Flew away!
Raining slash! Beast Assault!
Raining slash! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
Tiger Blade! Laser Owl! In here! Discharge! The enemy's on the rope!
We've got him where we want him.
It's time to end this battle! Aw, too shy to come over? Here, let me out with my
In here.
I disagree, but okay.
Magic is Holy I don't even know the word defeat. I can do this all day.
Can't get out of this!
The power of light.
Alright, let me at him!
Not done yet!
In here.
Ready and one! There!
Pluto. Healing circle.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Water. I never miss. They're not playing around.
Crush!
A water Whoa, hey, one at a time. Raging Fang. In here. This'll come in handy.
Double Demon Fang!
Glacial Ready.
You picked the wrong fight!
In here.
Double Demon Fang!
You require a head.
Flew away! My turn! Armor won't save you! Piercing roll! Can't get out of this! Make it right!
Got him.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Jeez, what a not fucking monster. What? It did not just become another boss. What the fuck? Oh, that's such bullshit.
Looks like I won after all.
Except it doesn't look like that thing's finished yet. Not by a long shot.
Jesus.
Not today!
Hurricane strike! Water! Here I go!
Raining strike!
You require a hand.
Here's evil! Here's evil! That'll bring you down!
Got it.
Now you've gone and ticked
Now's our
me
chance.
off.
I could do without this
Make
pain.
it rain!
This ends now.
Consider yourself
Oh, man.
flew away!
Tempest whirl.
Incineration wave! Take this!
Here, let me help!
Ice prison.
Raining strike!
What would I do without here?
Incineration wave! Double demon back! This one's all mine!
They're not playing around. By the power land.
You picked the wrong fight!
Hurricane strike!
Flew away! Double demon fang!
Will this help?
Tempest whirl.
Light up the dark!
I'm
ready to take
illuminate the dark. Here comes flame.
Hear my call!
Flew away!
Glacial spear!
All disasters made one.
Raining strike! Flew away! Double demon fang!
In here.
Need to pull myself together.
I'll burn your field.
Okay, here I go! Double demon fang! Crush!
This one's mine! Slash assault!
Crush!
Make it rain!
Alright, that's not as bad. The second phase is easier than the first phase for sure, but that guy's a dick. Are Sword Dancer bosses in other Tales games? I don't remember them.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
There's been other Sword Dancers? Okay. I don't know, but the second phase was a complete joke. Wedding dress.
This equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
That was interesting. I definitely am gonna need a place to like shop before the final boss. Okay, well, time for wind. Well, this doesn't seem fun.
Don't get carried.
Don't tell me!
Nothing gets by you. Hurricane strike!
No body slamming this is next week.
Raining slash!
Go for the weak point!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Now's our chance! Hurricane strike! It's time to finish
Oh,
this!
god damn it.
Die! Consuming wildfire! Here, let me help. Flaming meteor! Raging cascade!
Ignite!
Going in! Here's my call! I'm gone!
Raining strike!
Here's evil!
Incineration wave!
Now you see what I can do!
Take this!
No more midnight girl.
Look sharp!
Heaven and earth.
Take this! In a bind?
Ignite!
Inferno!
Raining slash! Incineration wave! Here I go! my friend!
Ready and raring.
Let's go! Incineration wave! You're mine! No escape! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Alright, get rid of that guy first, and then we can focus on these idiots.
Take you all on. Ha! Flares of Malisa. Going in.
Ignite! Blow away! Prepare to be seen! Is this it?
Oh shit, Shion's dead.
How do you like being pounded into shape? Sloppy. I won't give up.
Oh my fucking god, Shion.
This should do it!
What was I thinking?
Double Demon Fang! Try harder!
I'll bring you
Now!
back some
You're mine! Raining...
Gotta hold it together.
Oh my god, Shion! The fuck? Stay alive! You're the only one that can res.
You got company. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. This one's hot. Everyone, get back. It's too dangerous. Here.
Incineration wave! Take
Illuminate
this!
the dark. Not on my watch. Hurricane thrust. Burning crystal. Purge malevolence. Whatever healing art. Freeze lancer. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Burn!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Blow away!
A wailing dancing lightning.
Blow away!
Divine savior.
This one's mine.
Incineration wave!
Where are you going? Look sharp. Plenty left. Here,
Blow
let me help.
away!
First aid! Their arts were interrupted.
Shattering the pieces.
I can carve through walls. Look sharp.
Raining can't get out of this! Flame inside is yours to be let free!
Meteor!
Raining strike! Blow away!
A wailing dancing lightning.
Blow away! Kisara! Commander of
Please.
Phoenix Cyclone! Martha! Here I come! Stardust! You picked the wrong fight! Blow away! Incineration wave!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flares of Malisa!
Aw, someone would stop at 69.
Beast of
Blow
Salt!
away! Raining flash!
This one's mine!
Sword rain out!
Do you require
This isn't ideal.
Now you see what I can do. Take this.
I'm going to make all the power of my Easter.
Lunar Arc!
Here's a
Blow
good
away!
magic and fade.
Raining flash!
Dance in the wind.
It's yours to be let free!
Air thrust.
Blow away! Blow away! Incineration wave! Burn!
Blizzard blow! Flaming meteor!
Raining flash!
Inferno
Blow
crossing!
away!
On guard!
Raining flash! Blow away!
Raging storm.
Raining...
Tunnel.
Glacial
Lightning down now.
Still!
This ends
My
now.
goodness.
Consider yourself finished! I still got a ways to go!
Spirit robe.
strength yet?
I am running out of items. Oh, two more. No. No, not worth it. There's some enemy types I'm just like, nah. The chameleons, that's that enemy type. I'm just like, nah. You know what? Nope, don't want to do those either. We just got done fighting them. Alright, we got enough items out of that. Yeah, this is all side shit. Oh, sure, yeah. So that goes back up to the oak. Phew. If this takes me to the surface, I might go shopping real quick to replenish my life bottles. Yeah, I'm going to go shopping.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Alright, let's see. Let's raise our our no elemental attack up.
This came out so good. Hoodle, no, that's mine.
Never thought I'd see you fighting Hootle over food of all things. Normally, you share everything you have with him.
Yeah, but this is a fancy parfait. Every girl dreams of having one of these.
Do
Is
they?
it really that big of a deal?
Please don't bring me into this.
It's always nice to eat something that fulfilling.
I can't believe I actually get to have it all for myself. Every little bite makes me so happy.
But isn't that parfait gonna cost you quite a lot more than your regular ice cream choice?
That's all the more reason for me to enjoy it. Everyone knows it takes lots and lots of sweets to stay full of energy.
Everybody, a cream monster has devoured Rinwell.
At times such as these, it would be best to just let her do as she wishes.
Yeah, definitely.
Dohalim's right. If someone's trying to enjoy their favorite food, just leave them to it and don't bother them.
Yep. Can't argue with that.
I don't get women.
So good.
Shopping. Sell. Yes. Buy. Actually, hunt, sell, equipment. Okay. I'll buy. Pineapple. Life bottle. And orange. Okay.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
I can craft this Sodal and Legis. And I can make the Bright Angelica. I think I'll hold off though. surface.
We finally made it.
Okay, so the fact that there's no more teleport down makes me feel like we're getting close. Yeah, that is a giant pillar of light.
A dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
If this is like other Tales games, then there's gonna be like at least a couple super bosses
Jeez,
post-game
don't scare me like that.
and
What, is there something
post-game
wrong with it?
quests that only unlock after the
No,
game's
it's
over.
not that.
Which I'm not gonna do any of it.
It's just, this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
She's making it sound like this is a point of no return.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No, this isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Danon or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this.
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Definitely sounds like a point of no return.
Our future. One free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear. And for a new era. Let's go!
Let's do it. Point of no return. Throw wide the gates. Okay. Giant plant. The colors are really nice. I will say that, man. This game uses a lot of really bright colors. And it all looks nice.
Are we on that giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissalma, for that matter.
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
Okay. That's not creepy at all.
The Renasolma!
Is that like Dana's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
Okay. It just ate the Renasolma. This is like something out of Evangelion. Hedgehog's Dilemma. This thing's got multiple eyes. It's an angel.
Once it's gone, it has so much anger. All of its fear has evolved into hatred.
Fear leads to hatred. Hatred leads to the dark side of the Force.
The Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form.
Hate leads to anger. Anger leads to suffering.
I feel them whirling inside
Suffering
me.
leads to the dark
Getting
side of the
restless.
Force.
I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
What do we do now? Renasolma's inside that thing. And I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
The audio balance of this scene is terrible.
Cutting through it's what we'll do.
The audio balance was awful. You can barely hear the characters over the music and the growling sound of the monster. Time to attack and dethrone God? Darkness? I don't know. The Kingdom Hearts is light.
Great Spirit, I understand you want to live. You've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first,
You'll have to get through us. Everyone, let's go!
Okay. Uh-huh.
Hey, for you to consume. And we're not pumpkins for you to control.
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we are going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now. Okay.
I never fit.
So it has no core, it just is.
In a vine?
How about this? The enemy is going all out.
Not today!
Oh, it did the thing.
I don't feel so good.
Healing circle. The power of light. I'm ready now. This will come in handy. Sight. Into the shadow.
Blow away!
Attack foot. This one's mine. Let's go. I'm going to use all the power of my Shadow Arc to accomplish this.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Photon dance in the wind. Rise and shine. Sweet power.
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Oh, this is round thing.
That attack. Is this a Lord's handiwork?
I'm past being surprised.
I say we destroy it, and quick!
I'll smash you!
Healing circle!
Now or never!
On guard!
Blow away!
Back into the fray!
Holy glimmer!
Incineration wave! It's this it?
Don't leave me!
Chain between heaven and
Can't
earth.
get out of this!
A wailing dynasty of lightning.
I'll bring you back from death.
This one's mine.
Healing
Raining
circle!
flash!
I'll
We
bring you
did it!
back from death's abyss.
Now!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Raining flash! Blow away! Not a chance! I'm not done! Raining flash!
I'm hurt bad.
Never miss.
Raining flash!
Here, let
Blow
me help.
away!
Divine savior.
Incineration wave!
Glacial winds.
Come on.
That
You
did
have
it.
to hold on.
Okay! We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Sion actually look flustered.
Crossing.
Eat dirt! It's time! You're mine! Take this!
You could use a hand.
Blow away! Raining
How
flash!
about this?
Blow away! Raining flash! Struck!
Mega ray.
Flaming meteor.
Blow away!
Round and pound.
Blow away!
I'm ready.
Can't end here!
All right. And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Come on. Okay. Pineapple.
Tiger blade.
Chain between heaven and earth.
Showtime! Raining flash!
This one's mine.
I'll smash you! Blow away!
Now or never.
Incineration wave!
Aw, you dick.
Your skills are formidable. They belie your youth.
Fire's the last one.
Give yourself more credit.
Incineration wave!
So now you're getting serious?
A chain between heaven and earth.
Wait, did it just summon another Earth one?
Appreciate
A
that.
wailing dynasty of lightning.
Incineration wave! You're mine! I'm not...
A whirling
Armor won't save you!
winds of heaven. First force.
Try harder! Blow away! It's on!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Astro Arts?
That's my cue.
Shut him down! Raining flash!
Rain down and
Incineration wave! Not a chance! Burn in hell!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Raining... Flash!
Where are you going?
Trade harder.
Blow away! Can't get out of this! Raining flash! We did it!
Inferno crossing!
Blow away! Raining flash! Blow away! Raining flash! Flame inside is pure!
Here, let me help.
It's too much!
Alright, got him.
Consider yourself finished!
3-3, 3-3-3 on a 32 hit combo.
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. You just have to Keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust!
The Great Spirits!
Damn, must have been conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renis Alma!
Jump in.
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
Time to jump into the darkness.
I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
All right, let's go.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
Oh. Well, that's a final boss.
In the world, it's changing shape.
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on, we've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way!
Oh, great, another elevator
Guess they're
section.
here to try to stop us. There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Get out of our way already!
I didn't expect such base tactics from a supreme being.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human!
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have.
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute.
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground!
This one's
I'll
mine!
stop its talk.
Thanks, Kisara!
Try harder! My turn! Burn!
Here, let me help.
Green slash! Incineration wave! My turn! No escape! You're finished!
Flaming meteor!
Make it rain! River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Let me show
No!
you what my art can
Be
do!
still!
Rise and shine!
Coming through!
Alright.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
Far beyond gray sky! I call
Glacial spear! Here's the eagle!
Stun her back.
Here, let me help.
I'm ready!
Ready?
Alright, let me out. Struggle.
Not today!
Winds are not at one guard!
Raining slash!
Annihilation!
Take this!
That'll bring you down.
Order won't save you!
Flaming meteor!
Can't get out of
All the
this!
power of my hand to accomplish this.
Double demon time! Double demon fang!
Here's the eagle!
Double demon fang! Try harder! Not a chance!
Oh, too shy to come over?
Here, let me.
Ow.
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Raining slash!
Oh,
Try harder! Now!
leave the choice to me.
Burn!
Look shot. Be
Try harder!
Martin, I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Molitor! Now my clothes are ready.
Time to let it
Ready
rip!
to go.
Coming through!
Jeez, man. These enemies are harder than bosses, honestly.
Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help? Hurricane?
I want you to die. You to die.
Glacial spear.
Try harder! Take this!
Where are you going? Glacial
Raining Try harder!
I've taken too many hits.
Kitara! mine! Not today! Raining blast! Incineration wave! Take this! Raining blast! No! Can't end here!
Don't leave me! Beast Assault! Hurricane Strike! This one's mine! Thunder Blow! Flaming Meteor!
In a vine?
Inferno Thrust!
Try harder! Now!
This one's mine!
Ow.
Internal devastation!
Let me out! Make it rain!
Look sharp!
Jeez.
Lightning Tiger Blade!
They really had to put in like a middle fight between the bosses. Like a gauntlet.
We're going to crash!
We caught up to it.
That's a final ass looking final boss, if you ask me.
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dana?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
Sub-Summer? Or Sub-Sumer?
Right here, right now! And this time, we really mean it!
We've all come so far. We've faced so much. We can't get through. Together.
Naturally, we are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spirit's getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
I'll smash you!
This one's
Raining
mine!
blast!
Flaming Meteor!
Inferno Thrust! Its power's overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that big tower. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arms.
Let's do this, Law!
Leave it to me!
Everyone, I'm counting on you.
Raining Slash!
Here, let me help.
Take
First
this!
aid! Raging Storm!
Blow away! Lightning
Going
Thrust!
in! Razor Cyclone!
Light up the dark! I'm ready to go!
Raining Slash! Burn in hell!
I'm ready to go!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Incineration wave!
Flaming Meteor! Inferno Whirling Struggle! Their arcs were interrupted!
Eternal devastation!
Back into the fray!
Eternal devastation!
Law! You and me!
Okay.
From here on out!
That's one down.
We did it!
Yeah!
Amazing! All that astral energy!
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it! It's back!
Inferno Sphere! Piercing, I never miss!
Raining Slash! Glacial Fire! Incineration wave! Burn in hell!
Oh, that's not good.
Raining Slash!
Everyone okay?
Still alive somehow. That's what...
Here, let me heal you.
Stardust!
Shield and tank!
Hurricane Strike! Tempest Swirl! Blizzard Blow! I won't stop them! Annihilation! Burning Strike!
Glacial
Jolene!
No more dithering.
Our future begins here!
Alright. Now the head, I guess?
Always impressive.
Or the
I guess that
body.
makes two of us then.
Now all that's left is the middle!
Let's do it!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! My turn! Now! Try harder!
Maleficent, be gone!
No! Can't... And here!
Come on, this one's mine! Who wants to die next?
Now or never.
Feast of soul! I'll heal you all!
Raining flash!
It's here!
Blade inside is yours to be let free!
No one gets by me!
You can't get out of this!
Who wants to die next? I'm all stocked up! Far enough! Gemini Alpha!
Raining slash!
And Black Hawk again.
You may be strong, but I'll never back down! Not a chance! My turn! My turn! Try harder! Not a chance! You're mine! Try harder!
Going in!
We did it! Try harder! My turn!
Here goes!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Incineration wave! It's on!
Now this.
You picked the wrong fight! Shield!
This is it!
This ends now!
Oh! Alright.
Alphen!
Anime yell.
Yeah! We're both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Shion.
Yeah.
Oh. What? Are you kidding me? This dumbass is not dead yet? Bruh. Bruh. There are a lot of things happening right now, and this is not the time for this.
I've returned, just as I told you I would.
This guy lives, he lives because of pure spite.
Hurry! The Great Spirit is reviving itself.
Shion! Absorbing the Great Spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Hand it over right now. You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. just as well as you and your sorry lot. The great spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler.
Oh, Jesus, this guy sucks so
With this
hard.
power, I'll bury that woman and the great spirit. Then this charade will finally end. Save everyone. And Xion!
Oh, it's a solo fight.
I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the great spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the great spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. But there are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! Not today! Shit! Blow away! Lightning slash! You will know nothing but anger! I am sovereign! You are nothing! No escape! Burn! Blow away!
Boom.
You control others to keep from being controlled, but that's a path of never-ending hatred! Don't you understand? It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness! The words of a coward. The weakness disgusts me. Give up! You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive!
What is it like? To err is something, to forgive is like
I have no use.
truth or something. It's like a
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people who would support and guide you, you can't have been alone your whole life. There's flashes of whips, each strike spreading a skein of fire across my back. The masters who killed slaves would support, and the slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love.
I can't get into the menu to heal.
Or anywhere else. Is there no way that you can see this differently? Enough.
I have no health bar now. Is this just scripted? I think this is just scripted.
How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die. You and I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined. No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy. I'm nothing like you. Burn in hell! Rending flash! Power is all! Rending flash! Rending flash! Try this! I am the truth of it! All others shall be banished! Rending flash! blazing sword. With the power Shion has bestowed upon me, I'll take you down! The fury of lightning! Burn! The flame inside me yearns to be time to let it rip. Burn! The flame inside me. It's over!
Ooh, it's like a special Mystic Art. Blazing Pillar.
You are the last obstacle impeding my progress. Die! That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude!
Oh, anime. We anime now.
What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and
Friendship
narrow.
speech. It's a friend speech.
No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volron. I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volron!
Well, that's not good. Well, that's bad. Volron sucks.
I'm sorry. The Renis Alma is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Renis Alma, but nonetheless...
I can't. I would never. It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared.
Gotta kill
There's still
Shion.
time. You can still destroy the thorns. And me with them.
But that's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
The burning sword, the blazing sword that like burns the tree.
That's it. Look! The path Dana's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dana's will.
Alphen, what are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dana's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dana's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dana thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
That's right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alphen, I'm with you.
Collective will of Dana, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength!
I'm sorry. The way they both said it at the same time was super anime. Like peak anime. We're spirit bombing it. Time for the spirit bomb. Dude, it really is the spirit bomb. You're legitimately spirit bombing the Great Spirit. Cool. Happy anime ending. So are they fused? Like the worlds fuse? Alright, there was a few unanswered questions. There's a few unanswered questions still for me. What happened to the former lords when they won the crown contest? Did they never explained what they did to them. Did they just kill them? That never got answered. Good game though.
強く生きるため弱さを隠して恐れずに痛みから始まる銀色に輝く月照らす君の瞳その奥に宿す痛み決してくれる誓い聞こえたよありがとう信じるよ聞こえたよありがとう信じるよ続いてく物語に私はいるのかな届かないこの願いに少しだけでいいから
Multi Sakuraba, dude. The Sakuraba, this soundtrack was pretty good. And this might be one of my favorite OSTs in a Tales game, honestly.
信じるよ
Habana better track than Hello Again Blue Moon. Absolutely. Oh, UFO Table did the animation.